Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. This is Pxy-VERSE and we are continuing with the pre-prod quest for making of 3D webcomics on YouTube. Yes, I will do some sort of, not cinematic, but you know, there will be some animations, right? It's not like just an animatic or a story reel, it's a little more than that. And it's a hybrid language, right? Narrative language. There are many examples around, but it's not very popular for some reason, which is not hard to understand, but yeah, it's complex to understand. I think there was a, I know there is a comics theoretician, Scott McCloud, American I think, or Canadian, I'm not sure now, but he wrote many books, even graphic novel books, theorizing about comics. And 2 decades ago, about 2 decades ago, I bought and read one of his books, and well, he was already talking about the future of the sequential art form, and turns out that in some ways, at that time, Webcomics, maybe that name barely existed. I'm not sure, but of course the internet already existed. YouTube didn't exist though. Google did, and so he was already trying to visualize what could be the future of the comics language, and turns out that okay, let's start Star Trek. And personally, I can't say if I started with theater drawing, certainly theater, and I mean as a kid doing basic stuff, and also flip books, animation, or even on a digital computer, and or comics like with stick figures, stuff like that, or other. So kids do everything, right? Usually if they whatever caught their attention. So eventually I ended up on multiple types of narrative language. At some point I got stuck with flip books and comics. Then later on I was starting to get interested in animation, like a film, right? Series, animated series. And at some point I discovered that I was good at screenplay, or I don't know good, but at least I like to make animatics, you know, the story reels, and not so much storyboards, but yeah, I like the storyboarding process. So, but I never became a professional storyboarder, although I've made some, let's say like that, freelance on the animatic, right, which is like making the preparing the screenplay into the actual timing with sonority and visuals and video, right? So this language I liked a lot, and already animated by that time, and but so my struggle was often the transition between animatic to complete animation, because it's very easy. I already discussed this in one of my Pxy talks stream. One just did once, it's somewhere a few weeks ago, and this is why now I'm going back on this approach to try something that is more friendly, artist friendly, in terms of the complexity and the heaviness of doing full 3D animation things, which is like movies or shorts or series, which is heavy, right, on the single person. One man's army is possible. Many folks did that in the past. As legends, past century, and For example, in Brazil, there's some guy, I don't remember his name, but he made a long feature film like Sinfonia Amazonica, Amazon Symphony, something like that. And he did mostly everything on his own. And this was said to have Disneyan quality, or at least close to reference to it, right? And he did everything on his own. It took his whole life or decades, but he did. So these folks exist, and maybe I'm not one of them, but certainly what I know is that I won't give up on my quest, and this is why, well, I'm starting with the something that is more palpable, if that word exists in English, so achievable on a more short-term scenario for myself, which is very important because I had some experience with webcomics in the past, hobby stuff, and it was very good for me because quickly I could put my ideas, my storytelling ideas into play, not as animated stuff, but certainly as graphic novel stuff. So this was super inspiring because it generated a flow. And so this is why I'm returning to this idea of comics and graphic novels, and notably webcomics. But now there is this new technology, or not new technology, but now there's this idea, this concept that, or the possibilities have grown technological. Also, I have learned 3D art and Blender, so we can actually make webcomics for even YouTube, and we can place there some sort of animation. So it will be a hybrid audiovisual narrative. So it will have elements of screenplay. So it will be one screenshot, one screen like this. I'll try to maintain that, but it's not comics like it'll be more a storyboard for screenplay, right? So more like an animatic, but we'll have the colors, have the scenery. So, but there won't be like we have sound, music, soundtrack, sound effects, even voice-over. I'm thinking of, yes, for starting with her. So I'll have to pay a voice actress, but I think this will be possible. And then we are gonna make the renders, and there will be, if I can get the voiceover, then I can get text. That I saw that work. Then we will get, okay, enough talk, folks. Let's go for the actual creation here, because what I need to complete for this first scene is not a lot of stuff. I'm just being preciousist, or a little yeah, my precious. So I'm gonna do a lot of this. So let's see what you can read this, but I can't. I need to go into the OBS studio. So let's see what is star isolation setup. Okay, this is something to revise, so let's start with that. I need to achieve these assets, and then have a few more references here that might be cool. And then there is yeah, so this is the character. This sounds very little, but this takes time, and we'll see if I probably can achieve something, at least about the... If I can achieve all this today, this will be already a lot. But there would be more things to add here. They are messed up a little in the UI here. So, so here, for example, I have information like this use Space Hulk Tactics. This is a game that I never played, but I see some playthrough, so it will be like having a perspective like that in order to see the starship or whatever it is. Yeah, this will be a shuttle or a small spacecraft, and so you see we can use this kind of perspective to perscrute or analyze what we doesn't need to be this. You can use just with the perspective, but then we can navigate and let's go back to the now we can navigate here as well, but you see that there's some, we can have some, it doesn't need to be isometric, right? So you can inspect and assess the architectural design of some place, right? And this can be very inspiring, right? If I want to use workbench, now the workbench here is terrible because we don't have the, yeah, I can change some stuff here. Yeah, remember to change this. So because I found a workaround to baking, texture baking yesterday. It's in the compositor. It relates to this. So this is the workbench on the bottom, and this is the EV on the top. Two scenes with two different render engines. So this is render layers input node in the compositor, and this. So what we need to do is the workbench thing, it gets some EV input, but not too much. So it's a value I found that works very well in this case. It will create some what I'm calling fake procedural texture. So it will inbuild light and procedural texture into workbench, but not directly, like indirectly, post-processing, right? Or compositing thing, right? So in this case, and this will allow me to continue building the workbench with just some amount of influence from this data which don't exist in workbench. But then because workbench is mainly color, when I add this stuff to mix here in this particular way, it's like, yeah, I don't care if it's they're light or it's just, I'm just faking in this build here some effects of the EV, and then okay, we can do a lot more stuff, and then we recompose the what is workbench with EV, although EV is going here too, but not, yeah, sort in a specific way it is going here. So it's not mixing up totally, it's just a certain percentage, and this allows us to build fake procedural texture on workbench. But you see, so check the workbench here, there is nothing, right? Maybe it's something on some assets there, yeah, so because these are old assets, I don't even need those procedural textures anymore, because baking texture in Blender is a super horrible workflow. You need to be on cycles to render engine to start with, then you had to make a lot of options available. It's not automated, Blender doesn't know what to do, and then lots of arrows, it takes time, you need to do one by one, and there's some add-ons that propose something, but apparently the best ones are paid. Yeah, so it's all like very, very, very complicated, and with this approach we can get through this madness. So strangely, the default vision here is pretty nice, but of course I'm not getting, for some reason, okay, so alright, so what so this is what I need to achieve here. So this is just a reminder, right? This is not a step, I don't need to do this, just build that into notes. Why original gets double? Oh, I've answered that. So it happens because apparently array first object, yeah, the array modifier, this must reposition the vertex the same amount times 1, the same one step ahead than 0, or that is the same amount of relocate, yeah, of location transform chosen in the location axis on the step. As for mirror modifier, it is broken. Do not use. Okay, so I can clean this. Modeling, so see here we got some stuff, so shelves we're gonna bring it to the top because books might be good here. Let's separate, so we got some wild ferns, ceiling vegetation, this could be nice. This is for the assets here. Desk, oh yes, okay, great. Desk vase plant, so this is the small stuff. Notebook, yeah, and here. Then sofa, one person need to, yes, magic carpet, okay, all this to here on the top, so badly organized. Canopy PC that we got. Low table, bar we did, drinks, wall lamps, all this, that's right. Low table, okay, this will be, I have an idea for this, and these are important as well, and this is for here. Alright, and the plants we address later. Okay, then we have some landscape which should be fun. So this is what I'm trying to do here. So let's clean up this cabinets. Yeah, let's copy some data here. Just place room assets. Gonna just rename this for clarity. A lamp wall with just model 1, and that should be we can reposition them, so cabinets, that will be good. Alright, so I think I'll start with this, then could be nice if we get the carpet, then low table, then shelves and cabinets, the lamps, and then desk, and there are these other ones, and okay, finally, oh, let's get to work here. We are going to do something like this, right? We're gonna clean up this stuff because I was using two modifiers stacking, and apparently this is not super good workflow. It creates too much problems for the UVs. So I'm just gonna apply. Oops! I'm gonna just apply the bevel. We're gonna clear this bevel thing. We can also, oops, this is not, return to where when I applied. Okay, apparently it was here. The music is struggling with something. Okay, so you're gonna do some cleanup probably. This is just another bevel, maybe I don't need to use it. Oh, this is the grease pencil. Okay, I need to take care about that. Okay, this time by working on this, I don't need to G Shift Z. So let's move this. Shift Z. Yeah. The subdivision surface not too happy in this part, but we can, oh yeah, we can bevel this now, like actually this is Yes, this sounds positive, except that, yeah, this is wrong. So what we're gonna do is just subdivide here, then we're gonna j this, then we're gonna, alright, so this thing we're gonna gg, yeah, so like a manual bevel. We could try this also. Ah, selected wrong. Okay, slightly better. Then here we can also decide now these faces are more responsive. UV unwrapping. Ah, there we go. This one is it's not being very good. Ah, yeah, we need to. I see why. Actually, some are correct, maybe some others not. Yeah, it's very chaotic. Let's do this again. Cube projection with this. Alright, this works, and here we're gonna just fix this by getting all this to align with here. It has to have some tilting. Maybe it's because of this. SZX, SZ0. Nope. So it's how this. Okay, and then we also have the troubles of the subdivision, which what is place vertex at the surface that would be produced with infinite laser sun. I don't understand this or the circumstance. But crease I understand, so I'm gonna use crease. Custom normals, okay, and that's just it. So the creases are actually the negators of the subdivision surface modifier. In certain way we can say that. What are these? Ah, they are just the normal vertices. They are probably I'm using this stuff here. Random. Yeah, this is because of this. We can bevel this. Forgot the last one. I'll have to re-unwrap. Yeah, this is okay. Let's try to. Oh wait, this is a different material. All right, so we're gonna. Why the materials are. I do have this chance. Whatever. We're gonna pick then this. And yeah, then we are getting this horrendous effect here. We're gonna undo all the creases. Gonna try again. So with this is moving by a lot, right? Doesn't sound correct, so I'm gonna oh yeah, maybe we need to bevel this. It's too much for the too much space to handle. We'll try to align this one. Control B. Okay, then here we could probably Oops. We get crazy distortions because of the, again, how to prevent this subdivision to, this doesn't do anything, this also doesn't help. UV smooth. Aha. Keep corners. Known. Keep corners junctions. Keep corners concave. Keep boundaries. And known. Keep corners seems to be okay. It's probably something about mapping, like a map, so you get some, often will get some sort of distortion for spheric, the globe. Okay, so I think keep corners. At least we're starting to get... Yeah, also they are terrible. There is a way to align this shit, right? I don't... Was that this? Yeah. Light map pack is not really, but actually this can work. But I think in the bottom is not as good as, for example, what we have here. Here we're gonna get some work, 0.5 of the here also get some edge crease, and here we already got, right? Yes, and that's it. Okay, maybe some edge crease here also, 0.3. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna do this again. Okay, this is not so bad, so if I can... Yeah, I'll get super stretched there. Okay, I think I can accept this, and for these ones we're gonna change this for another. Maybe I can change this here, right? It breaks too much the... Wait, not this one though. Yeah, I don't like too much the shape. Yeah, this will not add anything of interest. We're gonna keep it flat. Yeah, sadly I cannot return, so what do we have here? 0.3, so we're gonna... this is becoming a problem. And of course this is still too short, so we don't want these ones. No. Oh yeah, though we got still these ones. They are have... shift, no, control alt, yeah, this one. So 0, let's set to 0.3. That is fine. Yeah, much better to just struggle with the subdivision surface modifier than being struggled with the bevel modifier, the bevel waves, the edge, the subdivision surface modifier with all these madness. Yeah, this is much better workflow. Then here I need to assign something different for this thing here. I might have to bring a new material here because I don't have anything of right now that seems to work. So I can start by adding something that is part of this scene. Also, I can already start cleaning up some materials which are not being used. Like all this comes from other file. Yeah, so this is not good. Let's clean this out. They are not being used by anything, so they're just clustering. I don't know, can't find anything here, right? I'm gonna do a small pause here, folks. Let's be right back. Just 5 minutes will be fine. Alright folks, so back. So let's find the reference here. I have marked them, so I have two of them. This and this. Let's pause this for a moment. Okay, so yeah, I need to mount. So you see, this is some reference of the room. There's many assets. It's very different now from what I have, but there is the structural idea that it has some. It is stretched laterally, so this is a nice thing. I have another from us. Star Trek reference. These shelves with books I love. Some lamp here that might be useful, but then here I've got this new idea, not mine, but this new reference, also from Mass Effect, although this is in Mass Effect 3 apparently. This room I haven't seen, so this is very nice, a very nice niche here, at least from this angle. Other shots are not so good, so I like the niche that it makes, right? The atmosphere is nice, and there's this so finishing off the wall instead of having windows or stuff. We finish off with this, so I think this is cozy enough. Then maybe I don't like very much. Yeah, I like the asset in itself, but I don't like these things on the floor. They are cool, but they cluster too much. This is very nice, I think. Maybe you can. I think so maybe I'm gonna steal this thing, copy of this reference, something like that. Should be nice because it complements, like, why it doesn't go to the windows. Well, maybe to not cluster the vision. Yeah, makes sense. And yeah, some panels. Then the ceiling is okay to have this. The floor, I suspect I prefer something cleaner, and because it eats space, right? So here there is not very much use of this area. I think this is bad in terms of interiors, but I think I can reproduce. Yeah, this is very nice. So you see, in the other side we have, so the space is not very well occupied even here, right? It's just some random bad choices. Even the professionals, they don't know sometimes what they are doing. Like, yeah, maybe there is a story behind this. I mean, maybe that's justified, certainly. But this, for me, depending on what we want to achieve, it can always make a critique, right? So it will make sense, maybe not in Mass Effect, but in other scenarios, yes. So I have other shots, you see, again the same idea. From here it's a little better, but it's still annoying. It looks like myself when I try to arrange my own room. Never works. Alright, so okay, so we got that idea, and I just remembered that this is a cool thing to have, so I'm gonna keep this on. Let's return here with the alright, returning. So how to build so I don't so I do not forget is very simple. Let's just get I have this object here. We can get this, for example. Shift D and P selection. I don't know why the controls are inverse, so maybe I need to apply all transforms to this, or it's not Alt A, it's Control A is a different shortcut. Better if I start building this from... I'm gonna change the material also. I'm gonna make this maybe squared. Yeah, delete this for now. Oh yeah, so let's make this deletion of the highlight. Here folks, I'm working on a scene where I have materials coming from different assets that I bring in here or copy, duplicate, linked and there are stuff that I've made from inside here, materials I've made directly in this scene. So this L is for the linked ones, I think. DF are the fake user made here, and these ones, a lot of ones, have nothing. For example, you see this matte glass inner space, probably it's also linked. Well, I can't find, but what is certain is that I want to clean up, because this is always confusing me. Oh yeah, some comes because there's a character that is linked, so yeah, they are all L. So I'm gonna clean up some stuff that I'm really not using here. otherwise this will be clustered in this crazy way. So we can use the outliner here, and then we get apparently in this Blender file, and then there would be many things yeah, here. So the materials, you see, yeah, so you see stuff that I probably need to, if I could purge this, but this will be another thing. For me they are unused data, but Blender doesn't want me to clean them, so this is, they are still here even if I close, save Blender, close Blender, reopen. So let's clean from here. Materials then, I think. This I believe is from a grease pencil, but it's not super important, so I'm gonna even this is slugged, but I don't need this one anymore. This is a iteration, you see. Those are assets marked as assets, so this seems important. So I'm gonna delete, then yeah, metal gray, I think this is not used. Strangely, these ones, I don't know, I thought they would be linked. Let's delete and see what happens. So foliage, checkers, I think all this is duplicate stuff. No, apparently. So I've lost some important so this is not very safe, right? These are being used many times, so this is... Oh, I see, there's few assets here. So apparently I've deleted plenty of stuff here, but that's okay, I can reorganize this thing later and reappend them, relink them properly, right? You see, these things should be linked in my opinion, so I'm gonna make a last thing here, so I'm gonna just delete this stuff. Yeah, many materials here, those vanished, they are from somewhere else. Let's see what will happen when so these are the ones that I specifically made inside this place, and then I secured them to this, not just fake user, actually marked as asset, right? We're gonna get now yeah, for example, here, you see this is a linked one. I want it to be like this, and these are marked as assets, right? So I want to get from my asset library here, the one that I use for the project, and I have some materials here which are, for example, very hard to read here, but it's invisible, glass in, there are two of them, let's see. Then we check the source. No, it's not this source that I want, is still cleaning this up. It's probably this one, furniture, okay. Glass inner space, so I'm gonna just drag it here, and you see it's grayed out because this is linked. You see the icon of link here. I'm not library override this because I don't need to change it in any way. I just need to apply it here, and this is just temporary. Not sure if I'm gonna keep that, but then let's see what happened to the blend materials here. You see, it doesn't show here, so things were completely messed up, and so it should though appear in some sort of link thing, which So these are apparently are the blend files which are providing links to this file, to this scene I'm working on. Blend file. And then is there anything else? Yeah, so cleaning up stuff. So now I believe that, yeah, so you see no more. So whichever thing is here, it's either L or F, fake user, or even more library override probably. No, sorry, marked as asset, or linked. So many of those things are annoying, but they are, yeah, they are linked. I can probably, it might be okay to have them here. You see on the side, you see where they come from. Dorothy blend, so this is from the character. I'm simplifying this because I don't need all these materials actually, but she has clothing, so also that creates that. And then the this one is the furniture, so the more organized one file. And okay, this is acceptable. This is another which I've made, in which I've made this bricks way, which is this one here. And the cool thing is that if we update the material in each one of in those other blend files, because of the link, they will update here. Sometimes it might be bad for the UV, depending on the case, but okay, so that's it, folks. So I hope this was useful to understand how to better make workflows for this library, asset library system of Blender. The other thing that I want to record now that I couldn't record before because I couldn't manage my window to appear properly. Let's see now if it is. Yeah, I believe it's recording. Yeah, the top bar of my Blender region now appears. So now I can record this. Can I? Oh, I can change the size. Name or asset catalog. Okay. I don't know what is the default here. Now by name, I think. Okay, let's do this and folks, let me show you a workflow that I found to solve a little problem in the asset library system that may occur depending on how we are used to work and how we should adapt to this library system. So basically my problem is, see that there are some materials which have some replicas. They seem to be clone duplicates. So this is the library asset for this project, right? And I still have this problem because I need to clean up. So basically this means that usually some marked as asset materials in this case, but it could be other stuff, they exist marked as asset like this in multiple files, and there are many ways this can happen accidentally, and this is bad because then what is what? So then I need to go on end panel, and here I can see where it comes from. To know, sometimes another way to know if it is was made in here, assetized from here, this file I'm working. So I can click right button of the mouse and see I cannot clean it, so it's not from here. But let's say, for example, this one is from here, so it is asset marked somewhere in this file. And if there was a duplicate, it could be a duplicate in the same file doing this, or might be like in these cases different files, right? So, and it could be the same file, right? Starship and furniture. So in this case it's two different files. So I need to dismantle this asset marking, right, in one of those files. However, there is a terrible way where this can happen. Like if I, for example, I was using crazily the save incremental, Control Alt S, right? So in this file, dirty lounge, let's say save here. So now I have I'm saving here, see I have, but the problem is that these are saved. Now both of them, they are saved in the same place where I'm placing the files for this project in terms of asset libraries. And so it's in these paths, and hence when I refresh here I have clone assets from this scene, just because of course as a saved iteration this thing here has exactly the same asset market stuff. This is hence they are appearing here, and this is tragical, right? So but we can easily clean this by just, for example, moving this to a non-asset library folder in your operational system. But this is tedious, it's bad work also. Okay, if I delete here they are still remain, but if I refresh now, okay, this happens because you see, although I've deleted the file, I'm still inside it. So, but this is just a detail. Let's reopen here, and you see that if now I don't have this thing, right? It's good now. So the workflow here will be, instead of save incremental, which I even have a shortcut, maybe it's the default, is save copy. This allows us to do some very good things. So first, you see, Dirty Lounge. This is the file saved in the asset library folder. So instead of save incremental or save as, I'm gonna go save copy. And so here I have to step into another WIP folder which is not located into this asset library thing. So this is my WIP folder, so I'm gonna save, for example, a backup, right? WIP external, so this I'm organizing, external save cup. So let's say I can save this as Dirty Lounge XXX, just for the example. Save copy. The cool thing is now, you see, I'm still on the Dirty Lounge. So I just saved a backup or copy at this moment, and I'm still working here. So I can keep working and save, and if I open file, you see I'm on this folder here, right? I'm not in the place I've updated, right? I saved the backup, so this is perfect, except that it's not so fast than the save incremental, but it will prevent the cloning, right? So this is good. And the save as, well, if I did a save as you might imagine already, so that this time I'm gonna do a Y, and now I'm inside the Y. That means also that when I open, I'm this folder. So this ain't good, right? I have to return to my thing here. No, you see, open, and now, yeah, so now, so it's not good, so it's save copy. This is the workflow for asset library when we are working on these files and we want to make copies, clones, backups, right, incrementals of our. I need to do it manually, but there is at least this good operator here which will save our time. And took me a while to find out because I was just very used to the save incremental in other projects before I was into asset library. So this is very important, folks. So stop. One way to stop having bad workflows that will cluster our asset libraries with cloned assets. Hope that helped, folks. Please like, subscribe if you enjoyed the content. Alright, let's continue here. Now, yeah, we are doing this one, so it was not in the list, but it is relevant, so I'm gonna change here this looks like this is not working for so something about the UVs. Oh, this thing has no UV, right? But then how come it? Yeah, no, this is just a. I don't see how it is. I remember you can do something about this, but never mind, I can't seem to get this. Okay, let's try another one. Okay, that was the one working. Probably something about the material, right? This concrete wall is based on there it is, concrete. Okay, so first, since I'm here, let's see what is what. Select. So this is we bring from the glass. It's this one. The UV is already okay, and this one was, I believe, I think it's the second one. Yeah, this seems to work. Alright. Oh, there's also the door. The door has... Okay, probably a material which I forgot because there's nothing else in this mesh. So I'm gonna just bring the inner space here, but from the furniture, yeah. And just gonna clean this. Okay, so time to check this. Shading, yeah, I mean shading, but need to move this here. This is probably mapped from... Oh, there's no mapper. from UV, that's why then. No, this is what I'm doing. It's the wrong material, it's this one that I want, okay. This is mapping from UV. And this from object. Okay, so this is why this works. Alright, the problem is that I cannot have multiple assigned material for, I think I can't do this, right? Yeah, so there's a little limitation in this, but since this is truly limiting, we can probably build it, develop it later, right? Apply, right? Yeah, so I don't know how to solve this problem here. So probably I'll need to do like that's what I'm doing here. It's more a array thing, right? Okay, just extruded for some reason that seems to have produced some effect. Right? Yes, right. brick the joint. Not like this. Yeah, no, let's not do this one. So yeah, I'm tempted about this one, but let's do something more crazy here. Okay, I don't need this because I can actually just connect this to yeah, I'll better have to do this. I can build a little panel here, right? The problem will have to adapt, right? This naturally needs to be a different mesh object. Currently it is not being a new mesh object, but we are gonna do that in a moment. And yeah, I would like to maintain this. Oh, actually, let's not do this. Let's pick the whole thing here. Actually, just these vertices. Shift D, P, selection. I'm gonna make a face out of this and transform this. Oh, first we're gonna scale this. There is actually, I forgot the shortcut. Shift Control Alt A, I think, but anyways, Alt S, shrink flatten on, yeah, individual. No, I think I need to readjust its okay, and I don't get it. Maybe this is, it doesn't, this is how it understands face as single face. So can do, it's not a big problem. We're just gonna make this I'm gonna use this reference here, geometry, snap to this geometry, not working. Oh, I was doing the wrong click. It's left. I'm using the tool, so it's, there we go. Well, whatever. This sounds to be good enough. And then we pick this face. We're gonna, so it's already linked, so we're gonna get it back. Flip So it's a floating thing, and then we can also yeah, so there is this idea of maybe instancing this. So this is structure. what a mess. So we're gonna should I merge these things? Not sure. So okay, these are the they don't fit very well. The problem is that they are too this is scaled. Okay, let's delete this. This is the one that I fixed, I guess. Yes. No, it's too close to that structure here. It's always difficult for me to find good position. Also, this is cluttering too much. In fact, we could just get something like yeah, this is more interesting. Like, but it sounds too repetitive, so can try. Or array 2, but then we're gonna get more distance. Yeah, something like this, maybe even 3. And here we're gonna get arbitrary. I need to fix the glasses, right? Yeah. Ah, here too. Alright. We have some stuff here which seems to be nothingness. Yeah, so oh, hold on. This is important. Yeah. Yeah, much better now. Let's make some wood from here, directly in this scene. Yeah. Some procedural wood. So I think the gable texture sort of... It's a shame because wood is actually very nice to draw. At least I like. Not looking like this one is the good approach. There should be plenty of tutorials of procedural wood. But what mine is would be like a alien wood, so doesn't need to respect. You just need to have some cool appeal. So you're gonna try to stretch one of the or compress one of the axes. this is very alien pattern, but it's a bit too rounded. Not that it's not round, we need more, I think just more stretching here. More randomness, yeah, it's too... Oh yeah, this is nice, yeah, great. So let's see here. We could use... Oh, now I start to understand. Okay, we could put some noise to affect the... the detail or the distortion. No. Maybe this FAC is not working. Let's use the... Yeah, never mind. Thought that would be workable, but doesn't seem to be doing the good stuff. So I won't really bother, because since this is procedural, I can readdress this later. So this is one of the advantages of the of procedural. We don't need to absolutely finish off everything. It's reworkable. It remains flexible, and for some reason I like this kind of I like solutions which are remain flexible, even though I don't really know. Oh, rings is even better. In some aspect, right? Okay, so I'm a bit tired about this color, so let's get something good here. We're gonna This one needs to be at least a little more. Okay. Now this is nice, and let's connect this to some this or diffuse. Roughness mask. Too much reflections, right? It's causing, it's a bit bad for the texture, right? Because it is everywhere, right? It needs to be in some place that is the opposite is better. So white is no reflection, and small gray is just a little reflection. And so here we can have some interesting glow there. That sounds okay for this. We call this matte wood 01. Yeah, we mark as asset this. Actually, it's here, and we need to set it to this other stuff. I don't think this will apply to all of them, but we can copy material. Apparently okay, no, never mind. So just one single wood material is good enough here. We can also pick one of these and L. Let's shift D. Oh, actually, let's use this to do something fun here. extrude X and no, something wrong. No, nothing is wrong. It's just that it was bigger than. Okay, it's it's a mirror, right? Let's just then apply this mirror. Extrude here. Now we are just gonna let's get this to a certain over there. Okay, then we pick these front faces and now extrude. Okay, I demanded a minimum stretch, but okay, let's try again. Ah, there are some crazy inversions, right? Okay, this is fine, and then we see that Shift N is okay, should have remembered. Oh, that's okay if I do this. There are many things, there are other things that you can build here. I think we fixed one little thing here. Well, not floor, but table wood. Plastic tones, dark metal tones. Oh yeah, let's do the dark metal tones. So we'll just make a variation of this one, like I don't know why it is getting. Ah, it's just an illusion. But something about it seems it's the lighting it is receiving, right? Ah, there's also this one, okay. Very interesting. Looks like a rusty thing, but accidentally you got this rusty thing. Yeah, so this one is actually for object, but so this scaling, oh yeah, no, it does something. Okay, let's do some of this thing then. Now we could do some diagonal rotation maybe, like 45. Yeah, this is nice, give some craziness. And then we're gonna change this to make it different. Okay, so Minkowski is very nice, but we want something different. Okay, this seems to be interesting, but let's just check a last one. Euclidean. Okay, let's skip the Manhattan and let's do this. Probably should place this to roughness with some color ramp. Oh, need to connect here. So you'd expect the black to be the rusty thing that is. But what if we do the inverse? Now this looks like more like a rock than metal stuff, but okay, let's. It's interesting, but I think I'll skip with this one. Both are beautiful, but this one is pretty nice. So I got this crazy material here. Let's see what it does look like. Oh, it does look like that. Oh, updated. Okay, so what is the preview? Yeah, we need to check this. So metals, we are doing this. Glass, we're using this one. Yeah, metal like this. Wood could be that. This stuff we are using blocks, right? And yes, so yeah, except unfortunately this is detaching a little from my scene, so we're gonna no, this is not helping. Color, what's the name of this? Color, not color run. Don't we have the like in the compositor it's called color balance? I didn't know that. What a shame. Yeah, it doesn't look good from the distance. You need to do something about that. Yeah, we have to stick with that. Maybe this just desaturate. Yeah, this is okay, and it's supposed to be a dark metal, so yeah, it seems very thin in the atmosphere with this all this crispiness, so maybe this is a mistake. But there will be how do you call some stuff in the way the contour from line art, and yeah, there's a line art thing here that I need to do. Where is the line art? Okay, the material has gone. Alright, we need... Yeah, this... There we go. Okay, so there is line art. Strike 3 with this opacity here and so you need this to be blending with the rest. So this is the I picked this distinguished color so we could see better. Hello Zach, hi, welcome back. Hope you're doing fine. So I'm still rearranging things here. And let's see, purple, what color could be nice for this line art? It's just one for everything. Yeah, let's keep the thing a more traditional technique, right? It's sepia. And we're going to reinforce factor, but we're going to this is the tint. Okay, so tint layout. So I've made this stuff here, but they are too crispy for the scene. Let's take off the compositing for a moment. Yeah, we see the outline in a very subtle way in some objects. Strangely, in this particular scene, it looks like that for some reason. They need to be bigger or they disappear. They seem good bigger, thicker here. She's not part of the scenery. She has her own grid pencil. So here we're gonna material borders, maybe. Okay, edge marks, blues, no. Material borders, intersections. Now keep intersections. And yeah, certainly contour. Then still we need to bring up the opacity is 0. So how it is working then if opacity is 0? Okay, let's... So now it's just a black thing, which is too dark, right? So it's not gonna be very nice for us. So we're gonna try this opacity and then the tint. Oh, of course, this is because of this factor. Alright, so I'm gonna leave this factor like this and then we... Yeah, and the opacity we try to get it later. Three, yeah. The character is 1, but probably I'm gonna change that. Yeah, so without adaptive color for this, for the scenery, is a bit hard to get this done. Not this object, is the... This is an old asset. This is the correct one. Good, so there is the single canopy for one person. We got this dark tone. Plastic, I'm not gonna do this, I think. Well, we'll soon require of this for some assets anyways, like we are. So this is important. Carpet, yeah, low table, shelves, still those things. Lamp, yeah, this takes time to build everything here. Let's see. I can delete this. So before, yeah, this is not required. We're gonna mark as asset. This was made for this room. Let's reassign this stuff. Props, materials to materials. Yeah. Good mission to do here. would be to fix these props materials, also the bed, yeah, and the pills, fix their materials. So reassemble their materials so they combine better with the scene. We take off their grease pencil, no, not grease pencil, their image texture, right, which is was baked in this case, but we don't want them anymore. I have, you know, maybe you have watched, to have an alternative to, finally found a fantastic alternative actually, which allows to fake procedural texture in a workbench render engine. So see, they don't recognize this is workbench, this is the EV, and so of course this is not the workbench render that I'm using, it will be this one, but it's not too different from this one in this particular case, because I've probably adapted these things anyways to this. Yeah, anyways, there are many specifications here. I think they are, no, they are copy paste here from here to there, so this is why this looks so similar, but to differentiate here, we don't want errors, we keep this. Anyways, the textures don't appear, neither here, neither there. Alright, so let's go back to EV. And so if I have a setup like I have, which is a dual compositing, render layers, right? This will be EV, this is workbench. So the workbench, if I composited this with this without any care, I'll just bring this massive color to this, and this will blow up the patterns, right? They will sort of be oxidized, they will be like a low contrast, they will all be blended together in a, they lose precision, although we'll gain the colors, but this is not good. I have a good result with that, but we see that it is sort of grayed out the colors. So to prevent this, we pick the EV, we pick the workbench, and before we work on the workbench, it will get a little stuff, this alpha, so this value, it's a mixed color node, but on value, and then we start to get some, and you see this is like, this will be pure workbench, real workbench, but then as we adjust, give it some value, we start to merge in a certain way this workbench with value, then the value from EV, and so it starts to mimic the patterns, right, of procedural texture made on EV, because it doesn't read it, workbench. And by doing this, we can sort of keep working on the workbench already with some influence on EV, but it's light stuff, it's precise stuff, right? Precision stuff. So when I recombine them, here, dual compositing, then the workbench stops destroying so much the okay, I'm having some terrible results here, I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. This works. This technique works. Okay, here we got good results. No, it's something there. There's some ultra colorization that is happening. On that wall for some crazy reason. Oh yes, because the base material of this is probably incorrect, right? Can probably adjust that. Because now that I'm not using... Okay, I know why this happens. Because now that I'm using Workbench, but that I'm not using baked texture, I deleted even deleted the baked texture. I still need to do something about this, right? So it was using some old temporary, I guess. No? What is... This one was baked as well, but this is an imported material. I have to... Yeah, it has this. Okay, I'll just delete this. No, I can't because it's linked. Okay, this is to be done elsewhere. Not inverted face, so what is this? Oh, there is. I didn't delete the baked material. Now it is using the color. Right? It was using some non-color thing, I guess, because that texture didn't exist anymore. So here we just need to get some, I guess, let's save and re-render. Yeah, now we are not getting the madness anymore. It's a bit faint, but for other reasons that I can't immediately address. Oh no, there we go. I was on the wrong thing. On the wrong hierarchy level. I see that the grease pencil line art is doing a bit too much for the because it makes part of the render. Also, these are 50% reduced scale for resolution, so it was a tip fellow here mentioned to fasten this out. So maybe we need to test here actually with the full render. And assess the state of this line art. No, it seems fine, right? It's not too bold, it's not interfering too much. So you see how the texture, the yeah, the texture, the don't get grayed out, at least not substantially. It gets some tinting probably off the workbench, but it doesn't get destroyed. Same for the other materials. Okay, so she's having some problem with some transparency stuff because these are different cloths. Something to address. I want to start compositing with her because it'll be better. Then let's get something, and it's, yeah, I need a little break, so again, let's get some, let's say 3 minutes. Where is the pause? Yeah. Yeah, no, not 5 minutes actually. Yeah, be right back soon. Alright, back. Alright, folks. Sorry about that. Let's go back to decoration. So now we need to, let's make this single asset here. Gonna shift D. Now we see that this is no more. So canopy, it's not asset. So it's a simple single. Yeah. Oh yeah, emoji. So let's get here. We need the single one, right? So I can probably reuse some of the features here, like this. Faces. Reset. Yeah, we start modeling like here. We can probably dissolve this one, maybe. Yes, actually let's do this by need the reference of a person, something small like that, like for 2 or 3 persons individuals seems cool as well. So maybe we can do that one too. This one is good to stay in front, the other is too big, so nice idea. Let's try that. Then here we gonna make oops, this is not good. Let's try random. Yeah, this is better. No, I'm modeling the wrong side. No, this is correct. GY, let's push it back a little. Here I'll have to do some fixes, manual fixes. That is, something is below there. I think a wrong connection. Or maybe not. Okay, I understand. Let's try with this part first. Extrude along Y, then merge it merge at last. I remember, so this is like doing this, then okay, let's connect this first, then we fix that later. No, I think this is incorrect. Okay, this is going here. And apparently I'm missing something in the there's this face loop. Okay, and there is this one which is beveled down. There's one missing here. J, F, then let's get these ones to follow. This active here. Z0, GX, let's move all together. This is getting complicated to join. For some reason. Okay, one problem is this. I don't know about this face. Let's check, double check this. No, there's no. Oh, wait, there's double faces there. No, no double faces. Yeah, there is something here that oh, I see. There's a trigon here, I think. Which is happening because we need to cut here. With some problems that arise. Okay, we need also, there's also this. Lots of weird stuff happening below this stupid asset here. Control X, but it has something here. It's just a crease. Why doesn't it want to join? There's something really weird about it's not responding. Okay, now we have something that looks like we have two things working here. Let's see. Oh, the mirror. It is mirroring. No, this makes no sense. I thought I was building in the... This effect is just because of the floor. This face. Flip. Let's see if it's not something about... No, it's not about edge crease. So maybe this is going crazy for some... No, not a modifier thing. Okay, let's just fix this manually. Well, I can't add... Okay, this is a bug. Let's add... no, this is not a bug here, or it is in my entire file. Something about... So it's something about the mirror modifier. I think I... No, but I deleted the mirror, right? So usually I do the mesh on the other side, right? So maybe I flip the thing. Its origin might be broken. No, it's there. Let's fix the origin. Let's place it there. Then we're gonna flip this global X, right? Now we make the mirror on the X. We need to Shift N. Actually, we calculate outside, right? And for some reason it gets this it is getting very strange. Is as it is having extra geometry without having extra geometry. Right, it's like in invisible faces. Yeah, complete disaster and waste of time. So okay, no accident verb. Now this works. Yeah, finally. So here we gonna isolate it. Bridge edge loops, and why not the last one? Bridge edge loops, okay. So if I don't want that, I would need to, yeah, then I don't have this, okay. This also works, okay, so Okay, this is better. Here are holes. Now I've lost this data here. We're gonna recover them. Shift 0.3. This is 1, alright. Shift E1. Inspecting the rest. Select all the okay, now let's do manually here. We see a little mistake here. It's very simple. Merge at last. There's a face there, yeah. And here another face that seems to be flipped. Alright, select all this, took a lot of Alt, now it's mesh, vertex, normals, reset vectors, and alright, then we go back to the shader. Should save here, take off the numpad backslash. Yeah, now fix these materials. Wrong material. The UVs are wrong. Oh yeah, I lost the UVs. Yeah. I'll have to take the reference. I need to fix this because it's a save. Let's restore the soundtrack. If I isolate this without light in EV, yes, we can do something about this. Okay, so we have incredibly messed up things here. What the heck is that? Yeah, it's just a UV, badly displaced UV. This is also okay. So I just need to pick the reference of this and there is this one remaining. Yes. Okay. Let's save this again as mark as asset. Save here. Let's also save backup here. So save, copy, whip. We don't need this. So launch here. We are still in our current file, so let's continue saving here, and now we can this we could place this here, yes. Okay, continuing. nothing hidden here, so this should be fast. This one was more like the, I think, cube? No. Yes, cube. Shift F10, UVs. No, cube don't work. It will be something like follow active quads length. No, also probably not that. So smart UV project. No, it's like it's this one. We need to get this to 0.5, I think. I remember now all the madness. Yeah, I need to fix that. and UVs, right? Is it small enough for... Let's compare their sizes. Yeah, it's a huge difference. But I think okay, something is breaking the flow here. No, it's just this face. Okay, then again we're having double face madness. So if I had double face, why they didn't merge? Yeah, probably because of this. And yeah, fine. Okay, I think now it's just about the fixing the UVs. Good. So let's see. Mark as asset. T canopy symbol. T canopy C. Why don't I assetize this thing as well? Yeah, not the shelves, then this is from another. Can I bring itself? No, it doesn't. It becomes a duplicate rate. So at least I can. Now let's try instead this. Pretty modest. So let's do an Alt D. Then let's make another Alt D. Let's try to summon this to the other side with the Shift D after targeting this, right? Oops, I'm moving the mirror. Never mind. Yeah, it's supposed to be a circle. What I'm doing with a gathering. Maybe a bit too many already. 4 is too much, right? We could even not use this and not sure. Let's simplify. But I'll keep one. Now this will bring to here, and maybe we place in here. Let's approximate this cluster one here. And of course in the middle we'll try to get some plants. Okay, this is a lot of work, but it's getting more and more polished. I need to fix this stuff. I think the solution for this will be subdivision. Before the solidify. We see here very easy how these materials are broken. Okay, cube projection works fine for this, right? And we need to bring some some unfinished things here, all right? What this is doing. Okay, this is dangerous for the UVs there. Why not? Ah, right. No. Okay, of course we can't do this. Something weird about this face here. Alright, I remember what I wanted to do, so we need to do something just about Alright, so this is messing up all my idea. Of face loops. But alright, we'll still be able to do it. Probably I should separate this thing at this point. Like the ceiling, right? That will prevent a lot of other issues, right? This is simple geometry. V cannot rip. Ah, there we go. now we don't need to care anymore about this terrible geometry. And this one, alright. Yeah, something. Finally, let's get, if I didn't separated the mesh, it would be into mesh islands, then that'll be much worse. So here we want this one with cube projection and actually follow active quads, no, follow okay, this will give an okay pattern, but it will not be following, right? So we need something. Close, but not. Yeah, so this will be like the cube, but this is not bad. So maybe what we can do is this, and then oops, here. Yeah, and just play with some approximation there. Actually, I should clean this, right? There we go. So let's do it again. This seems good. Then select this, shift select this, rotate 90 degrees, then instead of doing this, you can just try extruding actually let's do this again. We can probably separate this This is a different flare. It's disappeared because of the boolean. Not sure I do want that, it's just a test. Okay, so there would be a certain fitting height for the ceiling, different than what I started with. Okay, I think we can guess of something not that high, just about this. The height, the ceiling can be different in some other part, maybe. Like we can separate. Precisely, we can do something to separate the ambience. Maybe not in this crappy way, but yeah, columns seems nice. Haven't thought about that. It's actually pretty cool. This will be bad for the This could be a pilaster, right? Which is also welcomed. I have problem with the orientation of those things. So this is too far away, so it's useless, but we'll pick it anyways. This, because it's a column here, well, I'm just gonna make a test and see what happens. Well, it's a glass material, so actually this is useless for now, so just gonna do this. These columns are very, very cool. More like pilasters. Of course, I need to change the materials. Some of them, yeah, I need to do something about. So I don't know what. It's cool, but it's maybe repetitive. No, not that. Not the carpet. We need something that is more. Not this. Yeah, it was good as because of the futuristic vibe. It has some. We can use this somewhere in here as we wood is kind of cool, but yeah, wood is called wooden is nice, but we can do more. we can, no, not that. I have to yeah, this is cool. Actually, maybe for these faces, this will be better. Some light reflecting too much. And then the problem is here, because we got connected mesh. Okay, let's try maybe this. We need to fix something here. Or maybe not, we can... Okay, but let's just pick that face and elements. Yeah, many things I don't like about this position. It's blocking the passage here, and here if someone sits here it stays. Yeah, so there are many little designs here failing. Okay, we created some stuff which are not here, but good stuff at least. Yeah, can it be flat, something like that? For the room we've made we made columns, ceiling columns. Yeah, the ceiling is not completed though. Yeah, I'm not even mark this here. So now I'm gonna, with the time left, I'm gonna assess some transparency. Yeah, let's assess the character Dorothy and some of the her materials so we can integrate her properly. So I'm having problem with the grease pencil. Oh yeah, let's say grease pencil. Line art. So it's like for scenery. And that is it. Colors. These adaptive colors is what I'm naming that. If I had an automator that picked the color of the material of the object to have it, that will be ideal. So you see she's getting some sort of transparency. The whole character actually, not just the... Okay, maybe because of this, maybe I'll have to relink her. This, I don't know even what it is here, so I'm gonna delete that whole scene and... Looks like we are missing stuff here, right? Yeah, she's not appearing to workbench apparently, so she's not being rendered fully. So we need to unlink her. Let's purge some data again. Let's go to the... There might be some stuff missing. Yeah, this... Okay, there. Yeah, okay, that got cleaned up. Yeah, we don't want this stuff. Okay, we're safe here. Let's link. Collections. Link Dorothy, and we're gonna now select controls, library override. Why a new scene is... Oh yes, so maybe it's being created to compensate for... interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so maybe I need to delete this thing. Now I link. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Render, let's see if she's invisible. Okay, so no, she's not. So it's a problem of the... When we add this technique, that happens. Yeah, well, if you bring the library gets... We need to bring this back to the other scene because it stops mimicking. And this is dangerous. But here the only thing I need to do is get this, and also I need to be careful about something. If I change this resolution, if I linked when the thing is this, the second one might be left with, the workbench might be left with 50 accidentally, and that can create massive problems. We'll probably end up seeing that in that case. So I just need transparency here. Right, so it's right here. Since I... Okay, so this is not good. This is not... It appears when I created link. Okay, but it's not being... No, I'm not in the wrong scene. Hold on. Okay, it's not causing problem, but I don't know why you have this thing here. It might be related to something I linked on the... I remember something like this now. It might be because she has linked data in... This file has linked data, so when I link to here to create this right, it brings all the scene of that, which is completely useless. Oh, hold on, it might be related to the way I've linked. Yeah, there we go. So it created even before I don't know why it reset or changed the ways it links. Anyways, I need to gain more knowledge about this thing. Let's see here. Okay, but I can totally fix that. Let's get back here. So okay, we need to purge data to prevent some mad stuff. It will be better to do this now. Let's see if I have links. Yeah, still here. Let's clean that. The rest is fine. Okay, so how now we start? We're gonna save. We're gonna link characters Dorothy collection, so it's just the linked wait Dort. No, it's what's happening? Collections link Dort is just, so maybe it's this. Create instances. Now I understand better what instance is about. Instance collections. Create instances for collections rather than adding them directly to the scene. active collection. Put new objects in the active collection. New. So add stuff here to start with. Instance collections for collections rather than. I want to add them. I don't want an instance of. This might be related to the custom shapes, but we're gonna check. Okay, so currently nothing happens, so it probably needs. Okay, this time it worked, but it's still adding this. So it's not related to. Okay, and if I just delete this scene, what happens? I still have her, so it's adding unnecessary data here, in my opinion. Okay, but we're gonna delete. No, it's deleting the. Ah, okay, so this is the folder. I can't return, but anyways. Wrong thing. Then there's some zero stuff there. Let's go back. Alright, so this is not helping, so just do right here in the scene collection for now. Then we add link and do the same thing. Link. We'll leave all those things, so you'll get immediately this. Okay, we need to library override this. This extra folder is like make for everything. Selecting content, right? There's this 001s because we have. Okay, so this is. I think this is related to the original file. Probably I have something there, maybe more than one scene there. Something is. Yeah, there might be double scenes there, and then we're getting this double thing. So, anyways, library overridden. Let's create the linked copy. Then workbench, then we get for the dual compositing for now this. Let's get workbench transparent, and that is. Let's see, you have the character here. We should be able to bring the armature here. We'll see if there's any transparency happening. No, it's working fine. The compositor colors are messed up again because my workbench is not present. What's happening to the workbench? It's like it's not seeing nothing. Now it has some compositor. Don't need this. How this end up being there? Usually this is not duplicated. Blender is getting very weird right now. Okay, so it's the same thing. Okay, now this is normal because I don't have the approximation to my, yeah, not using textures. All the rest is fine. Of course, this is not the workbench view. The workbench view will use this data here. No, still in, no, this data here, which is not the same with this. We can match, but this is the for rendering, and this is just for solid viewport. This is, so you see they are different. And for some reason here I'm getting complete darkness. On this, yeah, it probably this is, oh, I need to update. There we go. Because I deleted the scene, so here we go. Now we have, I can see, and I can see. And I'm on the first which got EV. So here we got EV on workbench to fake procedural materials. Then we get some, one of these nodes here to give some we need to check here. So this, let's try this one. Then we have, we can do this for some special effects, but this is not for, not the start solution right now. So I'm gonna compose this with EV, and here we, now is, let's see what we got from EV. We got this. Something is affecting too much those strokes. The last one is a posterize effect. If we get black and white stuff, we can the stars and the final. And if you want to create super CGA graphics effect, it's not very cool in this render right now because I probably missed something. Okay, anyway, this is more specific. Subtle sharpen. And yeah, that's it. So yeah, right now the posterize is doing an okay result. I mean, the combination of not the posterize alone here, but when it combines to with other stuff. Copy here. So you'll see gradually how the interesting, this is not affecting too much what I expected. So basically this will be workbench, and this is adding to workbench. We don't see the procedural texture, and then we start adding value to this workbench pass or render layer. So Control V, let's go back, and so F11. Okay, this is a usable, almost usable rendering floor. I'm gonna save just because it's cool. Renders data, the date. Unfortunately, we can't see that real time because viewport compositor setup not fully supported for multiple compositing. So what you're seeing is more like EV on this with some nodes, which currently is not terrible, but it's not it's not the final result. The character gets very broken. Alright, let's go back and now address some stuff of the Dorothy, the character. So I was last time Yes, the cloth, right, and the materials, fixing all the materials. We don't have this mad thing. Well, I actually had to delete. Let's visualize if she has got... Now, because I've linked her, we can use the add-on extension called Edit Linked Library. So just select the asset, the linked asset, click here. We're gonna go back to... There's just one scene. So I don't understand what was happening there. Anyways, we can start developing this okay, so the cloth, except for... Yeah, there are many areas that might have been broken regarding... So you need to compare the geometries. These cloths I've modeled some time ago. Well, they seem mostly... Okay, we'll use some proportional editing. For the gloves, I'm really concerned. Oh, this is okay. There's no gloves. This is a different technique. So I'm just... Of course, I could do the texture. Yeah, we can make this with texture. So, anyways, yeah, you see that some shapes here are not matching well. There were some changes to this. Okay, but fine, nothing too complicated to fix. We've distorted this thing. Yeah, there are some... This thing has some good alignments, and now I think I've sort of... I have broken... Connected only. Something is... Yeah, of course, it's because of the subdivision modifier, right? These are too weak. .3, yeah, it's not good. It's too little. Yeah, now it seems a little boxy. Another alternative might be to try to reduce this to yeah, so I've rounded up this slightly, but I can still, yeah, that seems fine. Then yeah, so just some minute adjustments, because this should help in the cloth rigging. This seems slightly unaligned with the wrist. What is this? Oh, this is the, okay, we need to take off some meshes here. GG, Shift E, no, Control E, mark seam, why not? And just delete these vertices. This mesh seems slightly off. And here in the top, on the contrary, it seems too close. Can we join this with this? Yeah, this is doable, except that we could take off the gloves. No, it's not that simple. And there are some possible modifiers. I think we need something here. Okay, so here are a lot of things. Let's check which modifiers you get here. Nothing too much. The model sheet might guide me in this moment. Provided I've made the model sheet with the clothing this time. No, this version doesn't have costume. So I have to try to get as closer as I can from this. Okay, so how to solve the solidify? We need a target vertex group in which some, now I know how this technique works, so subdivision alright, mirror alright, mirror clipping, fine. So, you can already do something about these materials. Get them procedural, right? If they aren't already. So I want the mod solidify belt. Okay. Solidify belt. We want to solidify this, or maybe just this, maybe. I don't know, I'm not sure what. Okay, then use the target and offset. Yes, it's offset negatively. Then we get thickness. So whichever is not in the vertex group will have less intensity. But we don't really need to solidify this other mesh because this is working like a rim essentially. So this kind of solves the problem, so we don't. Can just target that, and then of course It's not exactly what I intended to do. I intend to... Okay, so let's just do this. In this case, I wanted this to extrude more, but I could just approximate it, and this will probably give the results. But then there is... yeah, okay. So there's one thing I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna add everything here to the vertex group. 1. So now we at least got... now it still gets only rim. So because some gap might be here, let's take this off, and now I'm getting problems with these normals. Now we can fix this by doing that, fine. Because apparently the back faces are moving in front of the of the frontal faces, so okay. Still not good. Maybe we might need here a few more subdivisions for the deforms. Yeah, looks like this area here is a bit wrong. We want this for the side. But looks like we've got some let's hide the cloaks. There's physics for that. We could move this. Maybe it would be nice to have another one here as well. This area don't trust very much. It's very complex this to rig in here. I think we can need to flatten this a little more. Or actually give this frontal region a bit more volume. The side here may not be sufficiently safe. now we bring this a little more to the back. And that will fit accordingly. Maybe just slightly higher. There you go. Okay, now this skirt is completely messed up. So I need indeed the belt to get these references. This mesh is it's not very reliable. For yeah, skinning, I think this is insufficient. Okay, so I'm gonna adjust this to the belt. From the lower vertices, so it's just a snapping thing. Yeah, we use both mesh. We hide this. Snap to vertex is a shortcut, control backslash. This one, the shortcut doesn't appear. Okay. Then hold control. We are getting some issue here. Include non-edited, it was snapping to the other mesh. So this snapping might not be an excellent approach, but maybe I would like to have the belt matching this, yeah, so we could probably bevel this as well, or just do another this less glitchy. Okay, and from this we can start readjusting. So I can hide, okay, I don't need the belt anymore, but I need to hide this, and now I can even smooth this out. This entire, yeah, so it won't affect the positioning of the others, but I need to fix this. Try to get the geometry as regular as possible. Well, no, it doesn't need to be super regular, but it should help in the deforms from any orientation, considering it has some, it will have clot bones, clot wiggle physics on it. I need to assure that the geometry will be able to deform in all directions, all orientations, and hence it's better to have a regular geometry for that. So chessboard. Although there might be other approach to that, this is usually a good convention, but of course I don't know too much for the clock. But okay, this is already a snap position, so I'll use this as a reference. Oops, this is the wrong mesh. So it looks like we could have a few more geometry here. Yeah, these faces are a bit too hard, but it's to solve this, maybe I can try to redispose this one. Yeah. Having two large faces also, it's dangerous for the forms, right? This snapping is just it's not absolutely required. It's just that it can help if these rest positions matches their deforms. Have better follow-up in sync. So the skirt seems to follow the mesh of the body in this. We can see more or less we've made changes here. This can cause problem. Yeah, so gonna re-snap. Here I also feel like could benefit from another loop. Right in the front, right? I think I just need another subdivision here. Okay, now snap here and snap here. Okay, sorry, this we have some pub here. Okay, it's back. So let's continue here. Yeah, this I'm about to complete here. This region on the lower is a separated, it's a mesh island, and I'm not sure. It's I think I've got it to work one time or another, but it certainly should cause some issues. So no, let's not do that. Let's just yeah, this should be useful. Shift E03, so just adding the same edge crease than this. This seems is for texture, right? So I don't need really. Actually, I don't. I think I don't need those sims for nothing. They're just clustering my setup. It's because, well, I can still use the image texture indeed for this, but I know a technique for the, yeah, I was explaining before. So getting Workbench to get fake procedural stuff from EV or cycles, and so this, but for a character it might be good to have what is this, sharps. Alright, so yeah, I got some sharps, clear sharp. smooth, and these are very dangerous to rig, right? This kind of stuff. So I'm not gonna connect this mesh. This is even worse. It could cause a lot of intersections. This face will deform if it exists, and it will cause a lot of intersections here. It's horrible. What else? Yeah, so here we need to adapt this part. And probably here is we're getting some. Here we could use procedural, proportional editing, but just hiding this. Having this solved on the rest position should be beneficial. This face certainly seems wrong for the forms. So not these ones, but we could probably benefit from can probably benefit from. Okay, I'm having trouble with this thing. We can try to smooth this out, right? Check again for intersections. Usually we want this to be much closer here to help this to bulge, but here, right, I can use proportional editing here, but I would need to hide, right? Let's bring this up. Yeah, I think this will be positive, and I feel like just another row would be beneficial here. And then close to the bottom also, maybe very close to the border, we might want to have another one. So maybe this is an exaggeration, but in terms of deforms, if the waves are good, that, besides the geometry regularity, should provide a more substantial plot rigging. Yeah, so this part is almost done. Let's see what else. This lower part, yes, I was talking about, we probably want it to be subdivided so it can have some sort of can have more flexibility and adapt better. So I'm gonna make just a new there and Shift E 0.3. Move this up, scale down, no, not this one, which is the one behind. We're gonna scale it down, move up, then this one, smooth, move up, smooth, and this will also smooth, GG. And now some small fixes here, and okay, so this seems to be good. Belt and skirt. This thing here, the coat, probably we need to adjust some of the mesh. Yeah, it will be difficult right now. So possibly Shift Control A. No, it's mesh, transform, shrink, flatten, Alt S. The mesh is already, as you can see, it's not matching the body anymore. It wasn't, it was slightly different geometry. When I modeled it, the character was a little different. So I'm gonna readapt this coat here to the body. And actually I'm gonna make it more yeah, we're gonna make some adaptation. We're gonna take off the seams, take off the sharp, take off the Shift E -1, also the edge creases. We're going to redo it in a more stylish way, already taking into account what I know that should be the design, or approximation to the final design, that is. So we're gonna get of the cloth itself, right? So here we're gonna get a cut here. This, right? Then we can maybe cut here. Yeah, let's cut like that, and we're gonna extrude this like this. Might look a bit strange, but yeah, it's part of the adaptation, so we'll see if we can do it. Here we gonna gonna dissolve that. We're gonna get some, yeah, let's see the materials you have. Yeah, just 2 materials which are old. We need those, absolutely are needing those creases here. Actually, Shift E 0 point, let's add even more here, but it's not sufficient. This, I think I need to GG that. This suit is more skin tight, so there is a question, should I be snapping these two? Possibly. Yeah, I think yes. Then we start to here. I'm not sure for the breast region if I'm gonna do this. Yeah, see, that works. Here we're gonna use another operator or option, face nearest. Okay, we messed up something there. It's this clipping madness. Turn this off. Okay, not working. Take this off. No, it's the coat here. Okay, so this apparently it's condemned. It's very hard, very annoying. This unfortunately no rigging here. So divide, move it to the side. We're going to. No, it's not the right way. Okay, this is too annoying. So I'm just gonna delete this whole thing. Let's re-enable stuff. We can adapt this. Why not? So let's use this again. Alright, so I'm gonna do something different now for the solidify. I'm gonna solidify in the middle, so it will solidify on both directions, inside and outside. Maybe more for the outside. If that is how I remember it works, yeah, so no, it's not what I meant. So okay, let's get more to the outside than the inside. Okay, so there, if you just look at it, 0. No, it's not. It's how it moves. So it's not. Okay, so it where it starts actually. Yeah. So essentially, we should want to make it start. Now it's hard to understand. So yeah, let's get it 0 and just augment this. Then let's continue doing this stuff. Of course, we'll need more subdivisions here. Same principle. The topology doesn't need to follow. Okay, so maybe the borders there we can do different. This you can probably better hide. Let's make another one here. And is this correct? Yes, this is not the dangerous area. So stop snapping. So we're gonna hide. No, actually, no. Hide this and this, and you're gonna snap all the rest. Feels like one more. Okay, so here for some reason you're getting horrible results. No, I wasn't snapping. Yeah, that's why. I've turned on the snapping and wasn't holding control. This part seems important, but maybe we can just displace this. I think I will have, remembering how the body is on the side, I think there is enough geometry here. But this, yeah, if we, especially if we redistribute this, no, we don't want to do that. We probably would like to change this. So here I have a little problem. I probably will have to this will become a little odd, so we'll have to find a way to handle this. If I want this to be under, well, let's dissolve this for now. Just do this on the same level. GG, no, not with snapping. GG, smooth, and smooth, and this one we snap. Okay, so mirror madness again. It's too hard to handle. J. Let's hide the back face here, faces on the back, and also these ones. Okay, so the idea here is just getting these face loops smoother and closer to the center so that I can make more better approximations here. This we can, yeah, not always, it will depend. Here, yeah, here is one of the problems regarding the costume. We need to have this being a little more okay, got it. If we delete here, we have a quad, but a trigon. This is very dangerous because it's very close to the center, and with the mirror I could just not use a mirror modifier then, but it is too useful. Of course, you could use a target vertex group here, also useful. Let's see. So, mod solidify coat, yeah. Then what we could use here, we would like to solidify this, and oh yeah, actually I forgot, yeah. We can give the certain no, this is not good. What's happening here? J. Having a problem here, maybe missing one face loop, yeah, more likely. Okay, let's just do it then. So, yeah, we can get, for example, 0, no, actually, assign 1 to this for the then we're gonna select this material, but then select this. No, okay, Shift H. Then we just want to take off the vertices in the surroundings. We hide them, or just invert and assign this to Bom dia, welcome, and good morning, cousins. How you doing, bro? Yes, we can. So in this part we're gonna get a slightly lower amount of waves. So for this vertices, so it will be like this. So this will be solidifying different ratios, and we can control then with the solidify modifier source, some sort of control, right? Target here, then okay, something is not working. This should be expanding way more. Oh, I have double. What is this? No, it's the. No. Okay, this is wave pane mode. It's weird. So do I have double codes, or what is this? No, it's just the effect of the solidify. Okay, I was using the. Okay, on the fill. Okay, or only rim. Fill only rim. Okay, so probably I need to edit this. Okay, so you see these parts are growing. The factor will allow that the other parts grow in different proportions. No, I think I know. Hold on. The Y is expanding because it has. Okay, this allows the Y to expand, and okay, we need to do some stuff here. I think the whites are too heavy in their waves. To have in their wave, so you need to control this mesh a little in a way better way. So we're gonna get to again to this. Okay, at least this is easy to select. We're gonna get this, then we invert the. Okay, I got an idea. So this in select the vertex, invert, take this off. This we're gonna get like this 0.3. So now we see that with 0, essentially what is
Some things belong on the big screen. Watch YouTube on your TV.
The white seems to be expanding, but this is because well, it is because it has some wave, of course, 0.3, but it expands more there because it's been pushed by the maybe we solidify first in this case and then I'm not sure here. Usually this might be safer. Okay, so fill and only rim to be economical, yeah, maybe. Yeah, so the results are not excellent. We'll have to do a... So I hate use this it's funny, but it's very difficult sometimes to this extrusion can be better be made with geometry nodes. It's actually much better. It's not, yeah, it's simpler if we know what you're doing. This system is tricky and not very reliable. Took me a long while to just start to make it work or understand, and then we sometimes have problems with, it's not very versatile, then eventually you have problems with the normals and then everything breaks and then never mind. Yeah, so this cloth is taking so long actually because I tried to reuse the ancient asset, and instead of just duplicating the body mesh, and that will probably have been the best approach here, but okay, anyways, we got this. Let's see if we can smooth this, grab, let's try to GG this, get very tiny and closer. Yes, and then the subdivision has a problem with the
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios com o YouTube Music num só app. Teste por um mês grátis.
okay, but it's slightly better than, no, not better, it's a different than we had before. Let's try to do something here. Okay, so like this mesh is super snapped. This is hard to understand. It just doesn't want to unsnap. It's even though I disable, it's like there's a secret mirror modifier somewhere. This is might be a bug. But at this point, yes, I want to make this separation. Or maybe on the sides, that could be nice as well. Yeah, so I'm gonna take advantage of this.
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios com YouTube Music num só app. Teste por
Ah,
mês grátis.
this crap. Okay, that was short. No, this is not good. So it's just struggling here a little with this final touch here. Alright, that works. There's two triangles, but it's a no, it's not triangle. It's this one. It is, yes. Okay, there again. Problems.
pagar R$ 25,90 por mês em um app de streaming, R$ 19,90 por mês em um app de música, R$ 12,49 por mês em um app de fitness e ainda mais dinheiro em sei lá quantos outros apps, fica caro demais. Então por que não assinar o YouTube Premium por apenas
Now
R$
this
26,90?
got
É como ter todos os
obnoxious.
outros apps e mais o mundo inteiro do YouTube sem interrupções.
Alright, so here I don't like they are too similar, so let's try to do something that will that's better. Alright, and maybe push this yes. Alright, this is fine, and then here we can reduce here. No, maybe push this here. Yes, this is good for a great improvement in the original asset. Here I'm not sure if I maintain this. Let's just delete this. And yeah, because just thought she could have another, she will have another undercoat there. Okay, so then let's see all that. Looks like here we have a mistake. Alright, this material here is just it's in the skin. There are still this and the boots and the, yeah, there's still this. This has geometry nodes, by the way. This is an extrusion made through geometry nodes. Let's see what it looks like. There's a material index. It's choose which materials to extrude, then integrate. It's just setting math values for some selection. I don't remember what I did here. Followed some tutorial, also some ideas. Wasn't that easy, but extrude mesh. Okay, there we go. This is the extrude mesh, and then we get another extrusion. Okay, so two types of material are extruding. These from different, this is the same distributing, so two different materials. And extrude with, so there have a selection of material, selection, so this is extrudes some face on a very slow amount, and this in a extrude selection, right? I think it's extrude scale. And then join geometry, and that's it. So this is the okay, apparently my thing bugged here, but it still worked, yeah. So why don't I just transfer this to here? Well, there are different needs. They have different needs. Yeah, there's a problem here. I think I probably need to complete this. It's not looking good without it. Looks like something is missing. So I'm gonna remake that. So it will just be yeah, the problem is as soon as I extrude these faces, they will start to, they'll transfer their mesh data. But whatever. Well, I can duplicate this face maybe. What to do with this remaining thing? We can just okay, there's what I'm doing. There's a simple way. just getting here, and then this. Okay, then I picked again this material, gonna paint this in. I need another color just for now to know this is different. Oops, not that. Okay, and then we just need to readequate this. And of course we want to reduce the amount of, so they have copied this. We're just gonna assign like here, and doesn't seem to be working because here's very strange topological thing is happening. Okay, it's because the other mesh are not snapped. Then for some reason this might have been snapped. Yeah, and then there's this problem, right? Maybe we should just delete these faces. Yeah, this better. And here we're gonna allow this to be unsnapped, I guess. Yeah. But it's very weird when they solidify. Well, not super weird, but the solidify inward is too strong, right? So, but it's necessary. The problem is that I'd like to prevent it. Yeah. So one way to. Okay, so maybe we can do this indeed. Not sure if it's a good idea. Anyways, then we can try to try to resnap this. Too many things going on, right? So here we think this is bad shapes. This is displaced, right? Okay, you can also have some feature there, accessories, some more details. This can be achieved with no, not so easy with procedural texture, not without some special masking. And let's see here the soundtrack again.
É sério, pagar R$ 25,90 por mês em web
Right, hold on.
música.
Okay, so here we need to yeah, this one should be easy. Let's see if there's anything to do about this. There is more space here because of the cloak, but we see this is not good, so we're gonna readjust it. See, the cool thing here, we can just reposition this, it will still solidify anyways. With geometry nodes. Clearly this could benefit from, well, this is not an area, yeah, it is a shoulder, it's dangerous, but for this mesh particularly, this seems to be sufficient. I'm afraid more about this part, but I think this will work. It's not a super complicated shape. I think that can work. If it doesn't, we can just subdivide a little more. Right, about the cloak, I think it's fine. So yeah, this could cause, there could be many intersections here. So this is actually dangerous to do, but I can always mask this part of this mesh if it starts happening. I could even have this vertex group already. And the modifier, maybe. I think I'm gonna change the materials here. Whatever is metal dark, okay, this will become okay. Let's add another material here. Is the metal. No, let's do the inverse. Yeah, so this was the part of the original proposition, and here I see what's happening here. This is too high. And we barely see it. Yeah, it's not too bad. Alright, next then We need to address, okay, the cloak, okay, the thickness here is relevant. Offset inwards. Let's try 0.5 then. .4. That's better. And this one also. Okay, we're not gonna do it. And yeah, so now for the if I struggle a little more here, I might be able to complete all the shapes of the assets, right? Readapt them to this model. Oh, this should be complicated. Yeah. There's too little geometry here. The geometry is different. Oh, hold on. I know how to solve this. Solidify sleeves. Leggings. There's no vertex group because I didn't know how to use the technique. Now I know. Let's get something here. Let's refresh this mesh here. Wait, is that? Where is the connected mesh? Okay, it is connected. Alright, so to solve this, now that I have a different geometry for the leggings, I will just select material. Yeah, we can't, so we're gonna hide this. So I'm gonna remake all this one. Vertices, go to the body. Can be all that. Shift D, P, selection, then we get this duplicate, right, of the body, then shift select the leggings, Control J, hide that. Of course this will bring a lot of vertex groups which are maybe beneficial, but we will transfer later, so we're just gonna batch delete all groups here. No! What have I done? Okay. This is the... It's not joined yet. Ah, yeah, let's see. Mask foot. Okay, there is a unique vertex group. Let's lock it. Control J. Now the leggings is equivalent to the body, but it is being solidified. And we want now a mask for the boots, right? So it should be about here. We're gonna just reassign that Yeah, we need to okay, so this is mod mask for boots, right? Assign invert, and this is it. And yes, it works. Let's make a backup of this file. Save copy as. Go to the whip external .t02. We're still on the current file. Now, so I haven't even touched this. They seem to be fine. Yeah, they seem to be okay. No, hold on, there's something that doesn't seem to be okay here. Okay, this, of course, this is gonna move this down. GG, no, why it's not. Oh, it's a shape key. We got some, yeah, all that. Okay, so now we need to compare, right, where this should be. It is too high, right, so we're gonna try to adapt this to the okay, let's hide this stuff. Let's also isolate the leggings. Looks like I have some. Okay, so I need to just reconnect. So I have different geometry here, so I'm gonna adapt. So we can delete this face. It's a little easier now, actually. So we're gonna Shift E 0.3. Let's what is this? Okay, this is super complicated sometimes. We will change the positions here. We should be careful about these ones, not changing their positions too much, because they have the shape of the leg. So maybe I might have to make more subdivisions here, right? It's too low poly. Yeah, it's working. It's not a hard part that deforms. That's an advantage, serious advantage. Can always hide some mesh here. I don't have where to connect here, so okay, gladly make a new subdivision. We gonna no, don't change this. And I think this is the last one. yeah, we can reposition these things a lot for now, just to make the connections. Then we place this back. Oops, got something wrong there. This is not gonna cause any problem. Now we have a problem here. This is and yeah, we can fix this crap thing here. No, not like that. yeah, so give some more quality to this geometry here. So that means you can probably push this more inwards. Let's see. Yeah, got a little trouble, but some bad positioning here. Why does this thing has such sharp requirements? This doesn't have a clipping, I hope. No, it's not. These names can... Well, we are not gonna... They can interfere with batching, copying those modifiers, but it's not like we're gonna, it's bad to batch them because they have very specific values. Okay, and then we can also adjust their this one is completely messed up. It's just a question of repositioning it. Which might not be that simple. The mesh is curved, right? There have been some changes. This doesn't seem to be working anymore on the geometry, so I'm just gonna snap and maybe reduce, scale down this stuff. No, not with proportional editing here. Yeah, this one will be a little problem. Also, let's fix this solidify. The only mesh that we actually need to solidify are okay, so first we take off, just make sure we remove everything from everything. Right, then we gonna solidify this part with yeah, highest value. This mesh, then we're gonna get something like 0.5. So now that object doesn't get solidified. It's like this needs to be solidified in the back, so since I don't have it, what I can do is just... Okay, we can... Let's make a subdivision here, and this one we're gonna push here, and we're gonna manipulate yeah, but then it's all get messy. Shrink wrap modifier, no, it won't support the... It should be like this, but this is much simpler case. Here we got the geometry, a lot of intersection. Okay, so I'm just gonna adapt the geometry then. I'm gonna simply change this asset here. Okay, and then there's the solidification. Because this is the same object, if you get those vertices, these things to solidify outward. Well, something of this is sort of working, so I'm just going to get them here. There's just no way it can understand without some... With this, the geometries are too different, right? I did a patch here. And of course that can create a lot of... Later on can deform the crystal. It probably need to be a separated object, which is shameful, but could work. Or another idea, we can just pick this thing and place it into a more favorable area. Like, for example, yeah, exactly here. don't want to create an object just to for this little accessory to snap. So let's adjust. It wasn't that cool anyways. Now it's some chance we get something better. But this can deform crazily. Actually, it's not very visible. Why don't we do the opposite then? Yeah. Not sure if this... Yeah, we'll lose some... Yeah, actually... Here it's the same problem, but in a much easier setting. Yeah, we have the same intersection madness. And I didn't really care about, so here we could try, for example, I don't see what's happening. It's like the oh yeah, oh, there's wrong. Very strange. Thought the it is working just like the inverse of what I would expect. Anyways, got something here, whatever the case. And yeah, there's remaining the boots, but at least we've got progress. So of course I can wave paint all those because it's not following. So just the cloak apparently has some yeah, so this should be, let's assess the oh yes, let's do something here. It's very difficult sometimes to see where are the the lock is not good sometimes. We need to visualize those modifiers from the vertex groups of the that often I like to remove from the body when we transfer waves. So it's better to get this adapted. Okay, so I'm gonna see one by one. Gloves, sleeves, paulders, I think, pauldrons. There is nothing in this group, so it's for is this deforming? No, it's nothing. Maybe some old, yeah, old ones, very old. So here we gonna keep, yes, this, and we're going to batch delete all groups. This one has some waves. I'm not sure those waves are. Now these are very old, so I'm gonna I'll just keep this def 6 cloak. Those are useful. So we're gonna invert this, and yeah, it's hard, very hard to fix this. I think only these are valuable, so well, let's see the modifiers. No target, no target, nothing, of course, and nothing. Yeah, maybe many of these setups are also just gonna it received so many vertex groups from that it's never ending. How is it even possible? Okay, okay, it's ending finally. This is the worst I ever seen. Probably I've reused this cloak many times, so okay, so we just need this. There are some, I recognize this def 6 from a recent development. Alright, so here do we have target, the cloak, the no target. Okay, no target. Okay, this is done. Now this, I'm gonna update that. Belt, solidify, okay. Okay, the skirt solidifies as a whole, so that is fine. Here I have 2 of them. So we're going to get done, and then you have this. Oh, there we have a material here, a procedural one. We can use this. What is the name? Dirty Sweet 2. Well, strange name for this stuff, but gonna get this cloak. Okay, I think these updates are enough. Maybe here we get... Yes, did we finished? Looks like yes. So just it's transfer mesh data, vertex groups. All layers, nearest face interpolated. Then Shift R? No, doesn't work. Yeah, doesn't work. Not sure the clock should get this. Alright, so in principle this should be no, there's no armature modifier. Okay, so parent with armature deform. Yeah, we can do for all the objects at the same time. Alright, so finally, let's see. Yay! So we got her moving with the clots, and you see how good this is, because when we use these operators and the wave paint correctly, then it's very nice. Yeah, so here's some things we need to be a bit more careful about. Alright, so you can bring her to the scene now, and now we can... No, técnico de computas, welcome. For this to properly... Sorry, I didn't see the message, this thing didn't collaborate. Maybe if you are still there. For this to properly work, you need to modify the vertex with the subdivision active. You need to see the subdivision in real time. Yes, it was probably when I was working with some of... Oh, maybe it was the crystal there. Oh, yes, I got the idea. Thanks, very nice. Yeah, so it will be like... Yes, like adjusting this with the subdivision, and then we'll be able to see when the intersections will occur. So this one was one of the problems I wasn't able to see, so good idea. Good solution. I think that could work. Now it's too late because I found that this different. Unfortunately, I didn't see the message. Sometimes that can happen. But at least your message is not in vain. I've read now, and the I understood also what was the proposition. Yeah, something like that. Very interesting. I never had this. Very few times I have this particular problem. So, oh, this is just the this that is too far ahead, right? Okay, let's get to this edge crease seems wrong. Got it at some 0.1. It's not what I need, so -0.03. Let's take a few. Yeah, there's a little better. And now, yes, let's bring this character to the let's see if we've got some progress here in this. Certainly there's something. Okay, we did this line art thing. Good shit. Model sheet. No, this is for. Yeah, we checked this. Greek is. Yes, we did that. We investigated, but this will be a more of webcomics thing, so we already know how. Yeah, this is not for doing right now, so model should be in the last costume. Okay, space agent, space spiritual. Maybe this one not gonna. Yeah, well, yes. We are about to do that, yeah, so isolate. We are doing this. We are doing this. We cover. One of them was, yeah, so lots of things remaining here. Lots of partial things remain, so but overall this is going well. So now we return here, and yeah, she's back in the scene with some new now this, now we're getting some. Okay, let's bring her to. This position is not of the best. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, she's not ready for sitting, but whatever, we can, the rig, I mean, we can do something. This leg won't work like this right now. Oh, some artifact. What is this? There's something about the cloak. Okay, so ignore the cloak.
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios e vídeos sem anúncios no app do YouTube Kids, para as crianças aproveitarem todas as dancinhas do Kids Pop. YouTube Premium sem.
Wait, some bone in the spine. What's happening? Why? It's because of this? Oh, yeah, because of many things. Isn't she floating? Yes. This seems unparented to this. Ah, this is the upper body. Okay. I'm missing some important bone then. It's like something is broken in the... Ah, yeah. Okay, never mind. I don't find it. I think something should be carrying this. This bone should have been carried by... Maybe it's just this one. Master COG. Yeah, so that's apparently that's just how it is. I forgot. I should have moved this for, but this will not big deal here in this experimental posing. Yeah, I don't see clearly without adequate lighting. And the mad cloak there. Okay, so that's nice, but there more work to do, but getting closer to the narrative skills. Yeah, I think for today is enough, folks. So thanks for watching, thanks for being around, giving advice and commenting, and yes, have a nice weekend. We're continue this even on the weekends. There's much to do, but I will continue doing this project for a while, because it can, yeah, once I start the real narrative thing, the 3D webcomics, then all this it will be still time consuming to make assets for every scene, but it's part of the process to get used and more faster, better and stuff, right? Getting, and then but most important, when you get to the narrative thing, then it is more likely that I get into the flow in doing all this stuff, so things start to connect, and then because of the reusability of 3D and the asset library system, right? Actually, this looks pretty good. It is just few assets and randomly, occasionally getting this good ambientation here. At least here, this is not good, of course. Well, it's not bad, but yeah, it's too crusty. We can do a lot more with the composite. This is a incomplete composition, right? We need to render to actually see the final result. This is actually good, but I wonder if the character can be adapted to this. So this is something to take into account, because if I can get this shot, which let's say it's pure EV, no compositing here. If I can get this shot with the character shading working, like in combination with that it working fine, then maybe I can dump the workbench, at least for certain processes. But for special composition, it's actually a good idea to compose that. Alright folks, that's it. Thanks for watching, take care and happy blending. See you soon. And have a nice weekend.